Now we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand. Now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is the Universal Council teacher. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people could die and get born. Why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now you see the soul return. we see the light. Mankind has to understand. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you that for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it, it's a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a cup, you learn this, you learn that, but you're so blind you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as a man as totality ready for this transformation?
Welcome everyone to the 333rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, June 18th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And of course, we are joined with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to go with today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers. As usual, we have started a long path, long road to get where we were supposed to be millions of years ago. And maybe this time we'll make it much easier. It's 333 or 333rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And it's the sum of 9, which itself could bring a lot. As usual, we don't read off the script. There's nothing planned, and we see what those who decide the future of humanity decide to deliver. As usual, as you've seen, the foundation on its physical side, operational side, has introduced new products as we bring more and more new technologies in to be at the reach, and at the same time be able to show more application and effect of the new technology. In so many ways, if it's not used, it stays as a theory on the desk, on the tables, and in the drawers. Last week, we showed you some new products. This week, you see some more new products. This week, for the first time, the head of the sales and promotion of the Keshe Foundation is with us. He's been in the background for 2 or 3 months. And now, for the first time, you hear him as the foundation takes new dimensions in the operation of its, what we call, daily life. As I said, just because we have a technology go to the moon doesn't mean life stops here. We're leaving 7 billion behind. And that life should become a pleasure and a nice, enjoyable time for everyone to be able to sit and enjoy. I introduce Keshe from Keshe Foundation Sales, and he will show you, as you've seen, with the new promotions, and hopefully see him. We try to break in the middle before the questions, and at the end to continuously show you the new products and promotions coming in. Then you will see changes, and this is there to support. By this weekend, the scientific paper to be published will be handed over by Keshe Foundation team in outside Iran to the Iranian team for its translation to Farsi and publication into prestigious journals in next week or two. We have to wait till a lot of things come together, and now it's completed. It actually covers a publication of itself. It will be around about a couple of 100 pages, scientific report with all the details on the promotion and protocols. And hopefully this will be coming out at the same time as we will show the enhancement unit. Last week, one of my last wishes, if you remember, was put out. And as I said, the wish was from the soul for the betterment of humanity. And the next day we received a response to our wish. We thank the Office of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran for taking this step to allow the foundation to come out internationally as per our request, that the religion and science will come together. This goes the same to the Iranian team who are working background relentlessly to bring this technology into open. In a way, the knowledge had to go back to Iran, to come out of Iran. And now with the support of Iranian leadership at the highest level, we see the future of the foundation changes very rapidly. And in a direct intervention by officials in Iran, we'll see a new cycle. As we said, we show the manufacturing end of the enhancement unit. Maybe today, by close of the business, we might be able to show you the unit in Europe. for the first time as it's getting assembled for performance to be shown by the request of the Iranian government for the first time operational in Tehran. We respond positively to the Iranian officials to transfer the two systems back to Iran for their demonstration for the first time operational system by the support of the Keshe Foundation throughout Iran and outside. In that process, we expect the same way and the same procedure. We support all the developments around the world at the same time. And in July, most probably August time, you will see the first unit, which is our plan, the first structure in Arizona to come up as the first operating center, and then as the other centers which are already planned. And people who bought the units want to show it around the world in their centers. Initially, between 25, around that figure, will be shown simultaneously around the world in the same month as they come up running and operational. And then we go into what we call mass deliveries, that this goes in the background. In so many ways, we have made a lot of effort to be here. And in so many ways, we are ready to go. Before we start, as is our tradition from now on, and then we'll do it frequently as possible, let us see what our promotion side has brought in. Is Mr. Kashmir ready to take over? Stanley, is it okay in the background?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. This is Krasimir. I'm very happy to be here to be presenting the new products of Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Austria in this 333rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Unfortunately, I don't have a control of the computer so that I can screen share. If someone can help me to share the screen of the Keshe Foundation store.
I can help you, Krasimir. Just give me 1 second.
Sure, thank you very much.
Excuse me, until they get ready, would you like to introduce yourself and what you foresee for the future of the promotion and sales of Keshe Foundation?
Yes, my name is Krasimir. I'm responsible for the sales and promotion of Keshe Foundation products. I've been with the foundation more than, I believe, 8-9 years, ever since the technology and the teachings has started introduced online. I've been an UC member for, I don't know, maybe 2 years. And since the beginning of this year, I started helping in the Keshe Foundation with different promotions and sales. Basically, all my life, I've been into different parts of communication, different parts of sales, be it in a retail level, be it in a software or online level, even a little bit on the financial instruments level as well. A little bit of knowledge on how governmental institutions work, overall European Union structure, and some other global structures. And it is really my pleasure and an honor to be helping in the distribution of peace through the distribution of the technology. Okay, I see that we are ready. Okay, maybe first we want to focus a little bit on the peace package that we've created with the products that have been shown last week. Basically, as we can see here, we have this amazing peace package, which is a combination of the UFO speaker, the GANS environmental balancer, the levitating moon lamp, and memory foam pillow. To me, honestly, this is absolutely amazing, simply because we can create an environment of peace around and inside our home. Simply because with the environmental balancer, we can enwrap and enclose, we can create this dome around our house, around the place that we live, or around the places where our children are playing. At the same time, we can modify the ganses that we use in this environmental balancer according to the needs and according to what we are trying to achieve. While we're having these fields inside of the house, we are going to be using the speaker lamp, and we're going to be using the moon lamp. Now, they're not only beautiful, and they're not only to be used as lamps per se and as speakers, but also they create different fields, and this field interaction between the environmental balancer outside and between the speaker and the moon inside of the house will create really a peaceful environment, and it will saturate us with the fields, balancing our emotions, balancing our physicality. And at the same time, when we enter the sleep, when we use the memory foam pillow, basically we know from the teachings that we have our soul free when we are in sleep. And I really believe that when our soul is free, it can actually start interacting with the lamp and with the speaker and with the environmental balancer, so that we can continue having this environment of peace, environment of love, and environment of balancing of the fields. So this is to me like a complete set where everyone can have in their house, and everyone can feel secure in terms of health, in terms of mood, in terms of physical and emotional health. Not to mention that you're going to have an amazing sleep using the pillow. For now, this whole set is coming with a free shipping worldwide. So I can't wait to see people around me starting to use this. And I believe this is really the beginning of, or the continuation, but a rapid expansion of how we can implement the technology in our daily lives. Now the new developments that are coming up. Maybe we go back to the. Okay, that's great. Now we have the gun soap bars. They come in different colors. They come in different packs. Maybe we can show the different packs, and after we show the pictures, this is again our understanding that the technology, this peaceful technology, needs to be implemented in our daily lives. 5 pieces will be $49.99, and the next package is the 10 pieces of 6 guns soap bars plus 4 guns soap bars, which are in white, which are the $99.99. I really enjoy the soap bars simply because it shows that the technology can be used in a very simple way, but in a very effective way, and the technology can be used in our daily life. It is a space technology, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be used and utilized in our daily life. I remember Mr. Keshe explaining from even the first teachings that every housewife will be able to create and to use the technology. And I've been inspired ever since to see the different applications of the technology in our daily life. So I'm really, really happy to see those soap bars appear and as a development, because we basically are using soap. Why don't we use the soap of the Keshe Foundation? Not only that we're going to feel good, not only that we're going to feel clean, and clean not only physically, but also emotionally and in terms of fields, but also we are supporting the peace worldwide. Because even a single soap bar that you use of Keshe Foundation is in a way helping with your energy, with your efforts towards the world peace. So you can find those in the store as well. This is the new exciting product. They're in white and really beautiful, and in different colors as well. And the next one Okay, finally we have our benchmark. You know, we've seen in all different teachings and many different questions and answer sessions how to make the cup of life, how to make the cup of man. Do we twist it here? Do we twist it there? Well, finally, we don't have to worry about all that because we have the Keshe Guns One Cup, One Life available in the store. This to me is absolutely amazing. Simply because we know what it can do. We know that even though we might be trying to create the cup of life for ourselves with our own ways and our own parts, basically it will be great for every I imagine every knowledge seeker having this cup of life, simply because this cup of life can be the cup of life 1, you have the cup of life 2, and also you have the 2 cup sets, which is the cup of life 1 plus cup of life 2. There, yeah, Ella, you can click on the picture, no problem. See, to me, this is the benchmark. This is the combination of the 2. You can use either one of them, or separately the second, or the combination of both. See, cup of life 1 and 2, you can see them, you can use them separate, you can order them separate, but also you can order them together and also connect them. We see this top view here. Really nice pictures, really very much enjoying them. Beautiful. Really, once I saw that this is coming up, I imagine every knowledge seeker having this cup at home and knowing that you have the benchmark, you have the technology made by Keshe Foundation, and even though you can create your own, it will be good to have the base, it will be good to have the fundament, and then you can even try to interact with it in a different ways. As we know from previous teachings, this, to me at least, in a way is our training ground. With these cups we need to prepare our souls and our physicality for the life after the technology has taken shape around the world and peace has been established and we have a connection with the universal community. So this is our playground. To me, this is how we need to learn to interact with the fields, to interact with the soul of physicality, to interact with the soul of the totality. So this is, I'm really excited about the Cup of Life being available as a technology from Keshe Foundation, not having to worry about how to twist, how to nano coat, if my nano coating is okay, if my salinity is okay, if my cables are not leaking, and all those small problems. You can still be making your cups of life, no problem, but having the benchmark in your home will make sure that you are protected from the situation that is globally developing for the past month. And you know that your fields are going to be balanced. So when you have the balanced fields using those cups, you will be much more effective, you will be much more efficient, you will have much better communication with the people around you, and I'm sure that you're going to have insights into what you've never thought before. So not to forget, to me, it's always something very important to stress out that by using the technology, by getting products from Keshe Foundation store, you are not only applying the technology, you're not only using and taking the benefits of the technology, but also in action and not in words, you actually support peace, because we know that the main goal of Keshe Foundation is global peace, is world peace, and no other organization up until now has reached so far in the establishment of peace worldwide. So we should never forget that this is not only some kind of a product of some kind of a technology. This is a product of a technology There is the technology that's going to be used by our grandchildren. This is the technology that is the universal technology of space, of the totality of the creator. And by our actions, by taking and using those applications and products, we actually support this peace. And no other organization has done it so far as it is right now. So I'll be stressing on that every time that you hear me, because I believe this is really important, because peace is the foundation of our next level of evolution. That's what I truly believe. So Ella, maybe we can show the whole package, because we have created yeah, this is the Keshe Guns 1 Cup 1 Life mini package. Basically, this is the 1 Cup 1 Life suit in the different sizes. And you have the Cup of Life 1 and the Cup of Life 2, so that if you want to make an application as described in previous teachings, you can use the suit to protect yourself as a prevention towards this difficult situation, towards this energetical pack that is going around the world right now. So this is also an amazing package that you can use, and you know that even if you don't have any kind of problems with it today, any kind of health or any kind of emotional problems, it's always good to have it at hand, because if something happens, you wouldn't have to wait, you wouldn't have to suffer, you wouldn't have to see how long it's going to come to you, but you'll have it in hand. And even if it's not you, but somebody of your family or somebody of your friends, this is also an amazing package, because it can show the power of the technology even to people that don't believe in it, so to speak. So if you have this package with the Cup of Life 1 and 2 and with the suit, you know a friend that has a problem and you want to help them, well, you have everything available to you. So it's a great addition to the Cup of Life 1 and 2 to have the suit as well. Sorry about this notification. To be able to use it. And I believe we had another pack, or I just want to have another pack.
We like packages, Krasimir.
Yeah, we like packages, that's true. Okay. This is again a package with free shipping worldwide. This is very important to note, especially in now in this situation with the supply chain being disrupted by everything. It's good to know that you can have shipping first and then to have it for free. This is really amazing. This is a package that comes with the soap bars. This amazing technology that you can use to be more beautiful and beautiful. Not that you're not, but you can always be better. We have the Cup of Life 1 and 2, the Cup of Men, and the levitating speaker lamp together with the 1 Life suit. This is super pack, according to me, because you have everything at hand. You have the very simple approach, which is very strong, to have like the gun soap, which you can even give as a present to someone that is very, very skeptical. You explain them about the technology and it's very skeptical. You can always give them a bar of soap and ask them how you feel after using it. I'm sure that they're going to have very, very different results. And this is also a good way to spread the technology and people to get to know that this technology is not only about space and universal communities, not only about delicate issues like energy or health, but it is also about simple things in our lives. And these simple things might be even taking a bath or giving this beautiful soap as a present. And I believe that it is our duty, the knowledge seekers' duty, to spread the technology as much as they can. And this is one very beautiful way to do it, because you know that the quality is there. It's been produced by Keshe Foundation, manufacturing, China and Austria, and the upcoming factories as well. And you know that there is no mistake in the technology. It is effective. It is good to be used. And it is an amazing way to share in a simple way the beauty of this technology. Because sometimes a lot of people, they get in a bit frightened because we're talking about big subjects, we're talking about the space, we're talking about the soul. And with them, it's good to have this approach of the everyday things that we do in life and how we can implement the technology. And this soap, to me, it looks simple, it looks small, but I think it's one of the biggest leaps forward, together with the Cup of Life and Cup of Men applications and products. It's been really, really a pleasure introducing these new packages together with Ella here, and I can't wait to have the new things that are coming up. Did I forget something? As we're not moving with scripts, I might have forgotten something.
Thank you very much. We'll let you come back in the middle, and as we structured that, we keep on promoting the products right across. There's still the pen and the pads in the background are still looming, and they're working. And we'll build up the structure of the Keshe Foundation. As I said months ago, after betrayal by the Italians of the Keshe Foundation, we bring the Keshe Foundation in a much more powerful way back in, and you will see it. We will raise slowly the products across hundreds and hundreds, and the foundation has taken a new shape, a new dimension. And a man who learns from the mistakes of trusting humans will come back in much a stronger way. The main thing in life for all of us is not to be afraid of making mistakes, but once you learn from it, you become stronger, because that mistake was there for you to learn from. If you carry on with the same mistake, then it's a mistake. And as you've seen, Keshe Foundation has come back totally different shape, different structure, because we learn one thing: we trust our soul, and we know we do things the right way. And as you've seen, the product range will go back into what the structure was, but this time controlled through the Keshe Foundation directly. We lost trust in man, but we believe and trust in the soul of the man. So we change the behavior from inside. And with it, if you look at the products which are here, even when you look at the soap, it carries a specific part of the GAN's production. And in that process, when you wash your hand and wash your face with the soap, you already created the environment around you first thing in the morning. This is not a normal soap, it's a soap of the soul. And it builds into the next step. Your life changes from the first time you open your eyes, you wash yourself. You carry the fields. And in the next step, if you woke up with it, it's the same, you're already being it. Creating a hole in the condition is the change. When you shake hand with somebody else, which carries the soap in your hand, you pass the same soul, the same emotion. This is how we do. As we saw, Corona brought division, separation. This soap is a soap of peace, and it brings people together. When you shake hand, you know you're not afraid of you might catch. You got to be afraid of how much I get people to catch up with me, with what I carry, with my energy, with my soul. We enter the dimension of technology that we start affecting each other. The difference is Corona infects the soul, the pillow, the environment we affect, which means we bring that peace, that emotion, and gradually build it up. I choose all these products specifically in a pattern of work, not randomly, because it has to bring first peace at home, and then you convey it on. You wash the hand, what does happen? You already carrying both the disinfecting and the love and the care. You touch your child, you touch your husband, your wife, you touch your friend, that emotion carries on. But you have to remember something else. You wash it down the drain and it still feeds the environment. I work on a specific pattern, and the same way I set up everything to do with the governments. We come in a specific way, both from the top and the bottom, to change the soul of the land. In so many ways, the change has come, but in a way, we use the technology to reach direct across in a hidden way, in an open way, maybe in the future in a bigger way into the universal community. Depends how man gets ready for that transition. In the coming weeks, as I said, in response to the Iranian government direct move, we respond directly. The enhancement unit and the new material production unit, if the final agreement reached with the Iranian officials, will be shown in Tehran in the next 6 to 8 weeks. And in that step, we keep our promise. At the same time, when it's held in Iran, world ambassadors and world leaders will be invited to be present. We collectively, as one nation, through our ambassadors, we celebrate the coming of the new technology. If and on time we reach that point, hopefully, as we promised, in the next phase, with the collaboration of the world leaders and governments, we'll see through a rapid extension and evolution in science and technology by creating jobs, which millions of jobs which are lost through Corona will become again ready, labor, educated for the new cycle. In so many ways, Keshe Foundation has moved to a position that will show by example. We show by what we deliver, we show with what we have, and we show how it needs to be done. In the background, we see a lot of changes. Can we go back to our public pictures, please? In the background, we'll see and we develop new science, new technologies. In so many ways, one of the biggest problems for you as knowledge seekers, especially in the past 2 years, has been how do I, where do I, how will it show itself? How does it show itself? How does it develop itself that I can see my soul? I can see the effect of it. I can be part of it. It's a stranger to me, but I know it's me, but it's me which I don't know, but it's been part of my life, it's created me. One of the biggest problems for mankind has been to be physical and tangible, as we say, which is more and more promoted by the Western style to create mayhem amongst man, and as the pattern has been through religion, to create doubts that you divide and rule. British policy very effectively has worked, dividing nations inside the nation's rule. But what they have done, they have divided inside us. The more you divide the soul from the physicality, the more you can bring mysticism, control, and in so many ways, divert the man from the truth about himself. In a way, British structure of divide and rule was set and closely trained by the religious people. Let the man not see his soul, let the man not feel his soul, then we can capture and control the physicality. But now with this knowledge, is man to see, the man to understand, for the man to move to the next step. You cannot draw a machine for the soul. You cannot draw a system for the soul of physicality. But now, how do we recognize it? How do we know it? How do we know what arrangement the soul has made with the other souls that the physicality has to follow? In so many ways, when you get to a point, when you get to a destination, then you understand, if you're wise enough to look back, how did I get there? Why did I get there? What was the reason I got there? And who did it? You live an abusive life, you end up with a cancer. And the time of the cancer appears is precisely where it should be felt, by whom, by where, and by what reason. You plan something else and you end up with affected end. Why did it happen? In a way, life of the man has two drivers. One driver, which is a master driver, and one amateur driver, which is the man with the soul of physicality. If you ever been to a driving lesson with you learning and thinking you have the steering wheel and you're driving the car around, but suddenly a car jumps in front of you or a cat jumps on the street, you can't respond. The teacher sitting next to you brakes and takes over the wheel. The teacher is the soul. You're just a physical driver of the car. He tells you left. In hidden way you turn left. But changing the gear, watching the road, watching which car comes is in your hand. But in fact, the decision is made by the teacher, by the instructor next to you. This is how the soul of the man works and how the physicality of man is. The teacher has decided will take you to a destination. You do not know the destination. Could be the next road, could be a route circle back to the house where he knows he's taking you back. But in fact, you're not aware of it because you're too busy changing gears, watching the roads and the red lights and the cat on the street. But the final destination is set by the structure, by the creator, through the soul of the man. And you are nothing but that driver. And the vehicle is your body. You carry instructions. The pains, the suffering, the jumping, the worrying is with you because the structure and the teacher and the creator has already decided the destination. You have no say. You only see the result when you end up in front of the house. But in fact, when he picked you up from the house, what else did you expect it than bringing you back to the house to where you started? Did you become wiser? Did you learn more? Did you understand how to handle the car? Did you understand how to carry your emotions while you're driving? This is the process of your physicality. When you get home, did you manage to bring the car back in one piece? Or did you scratch it or crush it or run a few people into a problem because you were a learner driver and you didn't notice, and when you say, oh, sorry. Don't we do this with our physical body? And we still think we are the drivers, where the instructor and the creator have already set the path. Because you made a mistake, you have to start the car again. You scratch the car, you have to pay for it. You jumped knowingly in front of another car while you're learning, and that car crashed into another car. You're responsible for it. This is what all these teachings about. For man to know that the driver and the instructor and the vehicle all sit in the same car. I wonder how many times you turn to the instructor and see him while you're so busy driving. As I said to someone, very soon the instructor become invisible because everything is computerized. You won't have a teacher, instructor sitting next to you. The instruction will come through the voice, and the cameras and everything else outside and inside the car monitors. But you're still the passenger with no teacher. But the voice and the soul of the driving and instruction, it still comes to your head. What is the creator? What is the instructor? This is the process that what the man will go through. And this is the ambiguity in the whole cycle of life of man. You want to see the result. You want to see what the end will be. As the instructor. Because you were 5 minutes late, you took a wrong turning, you did not listen. With all the mistakes you made on the way to get back home, you didn't know you're going home. Now you go home. Because in a very short time, when you learn enough and you drove enough, you decide to become that instructor for another soul sitting in the driving seat. You become the sunshine. You become the knowledge. You become the instructor. You become the creator of the future. And if mankind understands this, then he knows where it's coming from and where it's going to. Does it need to see a physical instructor? Or does it believe that the car, through what is set up, will bring him home back safe? In the life of man, there has been a big wall created by the name of fear, religion, belief, fooling oneself between the driver and the instructor. The whole purpose of these teachings is to bring that wall down. And in the whole structure, you have to understand when there is many cars with no instructors and many drivers as a student on the same road, the instructors and the computers in the background decide which car to be where, that they do not meet or crash. That when the instruction is given to each driver while learning, collectively knowing everybody is going home, in the background is that they all interact, they all touch. This is what in the near future, what we call central control. A man is moving one step forward towards that position, towards actually in a mechanical way what the creator and the communication between the cars and the instructors and the drivers will do. Now you understand, we are living the life of the soul and the destination, but we've been ignorant to the totality of it. What is the reason? Is us. What is the reason? Is our belief in physicality. What is the reason? Is us not wanting to understand the drivers and the central computer and the connection has already decided in which car where will land and who's going to whose party and who's going to the office and who's going shopping. Because when you decided you left the home, you put shopping center. The other one put come back home, going for a drive, and the other one said going to the office. And in the center, every arrangement made that everybody gets to where they want, but the driver drives. In a way, we are all connected. Our soul decides our destination. We're just the drivers of a physicality, which up to now we didn't know there is a central command. And everybody works to that position to make sure everything is arranged and everybody gets there on time and in peace. Does humanity need to learn more, or do we have to go through the process of understanding? In the coming weeks, we start teaching you about what are called three-dimensional non-tangible computers, line of communication. What I call prerequisite for it has been set. We'll introduce this technology in a very soft way across the world. The present computers will become obsolete. The present system controls become obsolete. I disclosed this technology to Iranian Ministry of Defense University in the past 48 hours. In response to the positive response from the Office of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran in embracing the technology, we released massive technologies through one university as we see the center of our technology dispenser. The technology of remote transmutation and transportation has been disclosed to the Iranian University in the past 48 hours. Non-tangible systems in full control. It's for the university and the heads of the government of Iran how to dispense this technology across the planet on equal terms. But still stays open to all the knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation. Non-tangible, three-dimensional computers working on what we promised has stuck itself out. I said, always, I receive, I give. In so many ways, knowledge at the edge of science will come in a very soft way, in total understanding. We have disclosed to the Iranian officials termination of elements, and we have shown them. We have shown in a very detailed way how the next generation of technologies will come out of Keshe Foundation and needs to be shared. Understanding the knowledge is no good. Comprehending and knowing what it will bring the change. Step by step, I will release the most advanced technologies never seen by man. Some you could not even imagine it could exist. If UFOs were your dream, transmutation instant across the universe and planet will become your nightmare. This technology as I wished, and I was assured that mankind will stay on track as it started to stick its head out. If you thought you were entangling with cancers, now you have to understand what these cancers mean and how they mean and how they can do and how they can be utilized not only for peace, but for communication, transportation, and most of all, unification with universal community and the rest of humanity. In so many ways, feeding the mankind with knowledge, with the knowledge beyond his imagination, will become one of the biggest points for the Keshe Foundation in the coming weeks and months. Understanding of production of materials, very much as you like to do a 3D printer, through transfer of the knowledge on the spot when is needed. The energy is free, the material comes through the universe, and why not to make one plate every day as you need it and transfer its energy back to the universe. You don't need a dishwasher, and you don't need a drawer to keep the cups and plates and everything else. In so many ways, who wants to be a driver of a car when you can drive the soul? In these teachings, we do not teach. As I said, in these teachings, we encourage. In these teachings, we elevate. In these teachings, we create a condition for inspiration, and from it to understand a new dimension. Is not to embrace, is to, in reality, comprehend the totality. If you understood the transmutation of the elements, and in the unit which is now has arrived in our headquarters to be assembled, and maybe if our team have managed to do their work by the time we leave for this teaching, you will see the enhancement unit in the full, getting to equipped for its next phase in the Keshe Foundation headquarters as it's been received and put together. We try to show the technology and the system step by step, but the working of it and the operation of it and celebration of bringing a new technology into operation will be done in the city of Tehran. Transportation of it back to Iran has to be and is in the hand of the Iranian officials. In this process, we show you many things. With a new technology, we will show you, do you need? Do we have? Do we find a position for physicians? Where in fact, your soul becomes your physician at the point of the need and time. Don't forget what I said from the beginning. You're the last man standing. You're the physician. You are the physicist, and you're finder of peace for yourself. In a way, we are going through a transition between the man knowledge and the universal knowledge. Some of it will be very hard for you to understand, and some of it will be harder even to comprehend. Comprehending the technology will be the backbone of understanding the totality. I don't need a physical life. I live through the soul. We came to earth to enjoy the physicality, became nothing but pain and sorrow. But in time will change. Man is too physical, and man enjoys suffering, and nowhere in the universe such a thing exists except in the head of the man. Start learning the process of understanding the work of everything which we have given you. I have hidden many knowledges without even knowledge seekers knowing in the products you see. In time, I'll explain how, step by step. When the product is offered to us, I choose it because I see the bigger picture where it be used. It's not that it's there just as a product. When we put something, it's a bigger structure plan. In so many ways, as I said last week, we put things without you knowing in a position to be. And with it, we elevate the soul step by step, hand by hand, step by step through the soul of the man that the physicality elevates. Don't forget, the driver one day become instructor. And in so many ways, he has to get enough confidence that he can sit behind the seat to drive, knowing that the student still will make the same mistakes as he made when he was a student. In so many ways, humanity will enter a new phase of understanding. Understanding the true operation of his physical life. Understanding that he can sit in the both seats of the instructor and the student, where there is no message lost between the two chairs next to each other with this distance gap of the brain of the man, or what we call the emotion. Then you decide when you left home, I'm going for a drive, I'm coming home. And you sit on the other side with the driver of physicality, and you drive the car for a drive around the block to enjoy the scenery, and you go home. And in between, you see a friend, you shout, come home with me, we have a coffee. Or you stand on the way and you pick up another friend, let's go home, we are getting together for a coffee. I came for a drive, we met, let's enjoy. And what you share in the car and in the meeting is the knowledge and the joy of what you know. What you learn in the path of driving from the position of return to the home. Maybe now you understand. Maybe mankind is ready for the next shift. But it has to come through the habit of man, through science and technology and the ethos. What we see is not the abolition of the religions, but changing the position they have created within the soul of the man to teach the man the way we teach, not the way they taught. In so many ways, it's easier to use established line than establishing lines. It takes more time. In that process, what we see is unification of all thoughts on the ethos of what we call theology. What I see in the very near future is mankind to believe in one thing, one creator, but using the fears of the past and pitfalls and mistakes of the past to reach as many as possible. In a way, if you have seen, to establish the Keshe Foundation, it's taken a lot of time and hardship. It's easier to get the Pope to speak the language and the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, but in the name of one race, one nation, one planet. People belief will change, and people understanding and elevation of the soul of the man will be much more rapid. We know what we do, and we know what is to come. And in so many ways, it's easier to change the mankind in one sweep through already established systems which has taken thousands of years to establish. In so many ways, as I said to our Brazilian friends in asking a question, I felt the hammer and I felt the nail and I felt the pain in going through the hand on the cross. I know the pain of mankind, and I know how we brought mankind to this point. Interfering with mankind through his soul is not our job, but guiding the souls to bring the physicality is our speciality. Which means they have to see the light, not us to show the light. They have to go through the passage of life and learn and add and convert the energies of the universe which is given to them into the thoughts and to action. If you always wondered, why am I doing here? What's my purpose? In a way, you're a machine, you're a system, you're a beauty of the creation, where you take the fields floating in the depth of the universe and you convert it into thoughts, understanding, elevation. It's the beauty of the brain of the man. It's the beauty of understanding it, and the man never understood. In doing that and creating a soul which is well educated, is the same as what you do with the physicality. The soul always learns, because through the process of the understanding of the man, it elevates itself. It adds to its knowledge of what is being feels, and it's become knowledge to teach the other souls. Otherwise, the souls will stay as they were for thousands of years and millions of years. In so many ways, as we said, everything has a strength field, even emotion, even knowledge. And now you understand why mankind and the structure of life like mankind on this planet has a beauty. Its conversion of energy to knowledge is one of its attributes. And that knowledge gained and is understood by the soul becomes the knowledge of the Creator. I've made man to love me. Which means they give me back the knowledge they created, they developed, they understood, that I can share with the rest of the creation across the universe for betterment and for development. And maybe for the first time man understands what is his purpose. Nothing on the moon does not think, nothing on the moon does not create anything. Nothing on the moon does not have anything to give back to the Creator to elevate him with the knowledge and giving and love. But the human race does. What your thoughts gather, what your souls elevates, becomes the elevation of the soul of the Creator. every field you add up, every field you sum up, every field you interact, and it leads to thoughts and betterment, which then is passed on to your soul, and it becomes passed on to Creator, is what you call the love. This is what you call giving. And mankind has not understood this process yet. It's not alone that you become a star, beginning of another, but at the same time, you bring so much together by your thoughts, the fields, and converting it to a knowledge. And that knowledge, once gained, becomes the knowledge and given as love back to the Creator. God does not have any banks and does not have any central libraries, but He has His own creation and created things to become the developer of the knowledge and the interaction of it that becomes knowledge to add to the knowledge of the universe. Maybe now you understand more that why mankind has been one of the parts and part of the bigger structure of the universal community. What you think, what you develop, becomes part of the knowledge of the Creator. I made you to make children that they may love me, which means they gather the fields which are of me to knowledge and understanding, and by understanding and creating new dimensions, they elevate me that I can elevate those who are elevated by me. Then there is a purpose for man. Even in discovering, even in developing, even in accumulating knowledge, that knowledge can add to the knowledge of others. It is simple if you understand it. It's difficult if it's beyond your intelligence. And in that way, we set the scene for the next step, next operation, next development of technologies which man has never been, could never imagine, and being beyond his expectation to arrive, to be delivered and protected, to create a condition of peace, and becomes tool of peace. In so many ways, we bring the knowledge of the Creator for man to put it together and come up with a new ways of how to be better for the Creator, to be creating. So many ways, the processing of the knowledge and understanding becomes part of the integral life of the man, but now in the dimension of universal level, not as cars and computers on this planet. Mankind has let himself down, not the Creator. But at the same time, the Creator has not left man alone. He's been there to guide him, to nudge him to where he should be, like the instructor who knew from the beginning where he's going to end up. In so many ways, if you've been a student with the instructor, sometimes he takes you around into a corner and then to another street, and you're busy so driving, and he says, stop there. I have another student to pick up after you drop you off at home. And he picks up another driver to be. And while you're standing, getting out of the car, which was not yours, the driver changes, and the same instructor, but a new driver in the spirit of physicality. But this time the driver is a doctor and he's already had a few more lessons than you. So it shows the more beauty of the driving, but the car is still the same. The elevation of the soul of the man is nothing but that. The car stays the same, The elevation comes through the change of the soul, elevation of the soul, and understanding the soul of the Creator. In so many ways, there is no other way and simpler way that I can explain the operation of the soul of the man, the physicality of the man, and the operation and connection between the Creator, which is the central to all other instructors, the drivers, and the passengers who are halfway on board to adapt, to increase. We use every way and every means to understand and to disperse knowledge. But we take time for you to gain trust in the knowledge, in using the knowledge, in understanding the best way you can spread the knowledge. We showed you last week what I call what we called the CO2 production tabletop. Why? How? What was the reason that Keshe Foundation decided to put this on the table for you? You dirty the planet, you run your car, you created enough mayhem. Now it's time to clean. Let it produce and put it back in the rivers and in the lakes and in the cities. Convert what was the source of destruction for this planet as what you call CO2 back into useful application. Feed it back, that you change the soul of the planet. You've taken enough and now you have to feed it. The amount of energies you put back in is not just only cleaning the atmosphere and the rest which you're praying for, but in the way you convert, you chew it, you make it ready for the planet to take. In a way, the fields will stay, maybe become matter, but the absorbing to the center of the planet core as it's a field transfer will elevate the soul of the planet. I never put things in Keshe Foundation if to me it has not got a purpose. And in so many ways, feed as much as you can back to elevate the soul of the planet, that the whole planet and its citizens, from the dog to the cat to everything else, elevates up to the next level. And in time will bring the change. Maybe the best thing ever happened to mankind was Corona and CO2, where now we create enough energy and we put enough knowledge to work and bring peace, that now this energy of all whatever CO2 did to us become magnetic fields, energy of the planet. And then we have elevated the soul of it. And then, as we say, when we use the cup 1 to get rid of the headache of the man from Corona, by putting these back in, we get rid of the headache of this planet, but it became a headache for it, with what we call the Corona of the planet or the mankind. Maybe we see more. Maybe this is the way you understand. Maybe in converting the matter states, which has become the greed of man, to energy of the matter, which is in the gas state to feed, not only elevates the planet, but its citizens too. As we heard one of you said, in the Brazilian teaching, if I was correct, I put the gas water in the river or in the sea, And suddenly there were so many fishes. They asked me what I put there. If we feed these waters with the ganses we have created, maybe they don't need to eat each other, and we change it. And maybe with it, man will change in that process too. As I said, we make arrangements for everything to be on time and the place, and then we show the tool of the use. We made the communication to be ready that the man understands. It won't go as you think. You have a mobile phone and it just happened to be there. This is not the knowledge of man to be there, but it's the way you developed it and we use it to help you. Then you created the cause to put all the matter state of this planet into energy, into space, that it taught you so much pain and suffering and whatever you call it. And now we use that to feed back as energy. Billions of years of energy transferred from sun to the earth, captured in these, now is available for earth to use to elevate itself, to make it a peaceful planet. It's no use making man and creating peace on this planet for man when the planet itself still is angry and it still does not work to create that condition of peace for its citizens. It's no use having a party and enjoying when the house is falling apart, when there's thunder and storm, and when there is no security and the riots outside. The riots comes from the life and the cycle of the planet. But we made the citizens peaceful, and having a party cannot be when outside is not at peace. Maybe now you understand. We open the plan step by step, nudge by nudge, that you don't get the feeling of what is all this for? Why was so much suffering? Why so much change? Couldn't we have it from the beginning? But you have to understand, in thousands of years, you're going through the process. We convert the energies to the new understanding and intellect, and new dimension for man to give to his creator by conversion of the fields to knowledge, to emotion. And maybe one of the most important things, the emotion of love, care, which is the essence of the creation. Then you could ask yourself one question, which many of you over years have asked. What is the purpose of me? What is all this to come and go? Now maybe you understand a little bit more, and not all of it. Till we don't let free, we cannot see the development. Till we didn't let mankind to do what it does, we could have never learned about love, care, and giving. And at the same time that we could give back to bring that to understanding of totality of the universe. What we learn from the man to love, we are, we want, and it will be a pleasure to give this feeling to universe, to fall in love with the way the man does. And when you fall in love unconditionally, and you give everything for your lover, then you understand what contribution man has made and is making to the universe. That it's been so beautiful that even the Creator decided to take residence on this planet, the planet of love and care and beauty. You thought you are nothing, you thought you have developed nothing, but the essence of love and knowledge which man has created is an example in the universe. The only thing which doesn't match is the animosity of the killing and destroying which spoils the party. And we have come here to change. And we have changed. And in a small steps, but orderly way that we understand, will make this planet a peaceful planet. a place where all the citizens of Unicos come to visit. Not only because the Creator has taken his residence for the first time where it can be seen, but to learn how to love, how to share, and how to create. Maybe mankind is wiser. Maybe mankind understands why we have not dispensed with this planet as such. Maybe this planet will stay to live for everlasting. Even if it means we have to move it into another position and dimension to keep this style of living, to support that the rest of the universe learns from its purpose, from its beauty in loving and giving. Maybe today's teaching has brought you a bit closer to understand more. But you will not get systems, not for a time being. New technologies, not for a time being. If you remember, we did a lot of theoretical teaching before we start showing how to make the reactors. Now we start teaching you to get ready how to meet, to live and work in the dimension of the universal strength and knowledge. And do not expect to have a reactor in hand and something to rotate. Expect to work through your soul. Understand your soul. Understand the operation of it and trust it. Then a new knowledge will appear. A knowledge of the universe and the knowledge of the souls. Maybe it'll be the time to show something special. And maybe it's time to create that special condition. But for sure, no time has been wasted. Every step was worthwhile. When you put a dough in the oven, you don't expect to be ready and eat it as you put it in. You put the timer on and you wait till every part of the dough has matured and it gives you the bread. At the right taste, the right temperature and right texture. We put this dough in billions of years ago, and now we are opening the door of the oven to see how it tastes. Is it mature? But one thing, smells good. And surely will taste good. But that's for the mankind to mature to taste it. How about the universe to bring that bread on the table for those to share? In so many ways, and Christ said, this is my blood, this is my body. And that bread becomes the body. And that blood becomes the love of man to give. That's why it's red, in the dimension of physicality and understanding. We hide knowledge in theology, but we hide knowledge in understanding of the emotion. We hide the essence of creation in the life of the man, in the dimension of his ability to create and replicate love, care, and affection. We found nowhere better than Earth, as they have managed to accomplish the totality of the self. Where the child, at the point of inception, still is in love with his creator, the mother. By instinct, not by teaching. Maybe mankind learns to move in that step and in that direction. When we tell you we create conditions that no one suffers, but everyone will move in a position that is accommodates the whole wishes of the Creator. It's not coincidental when one moves aside for whatever reason, as they serve their purpose for that point to achieve. This is what you got to understand, and understand in full. In time, everyone is stepped aside. because the wish of the Creator is the ultimate wish. But with their pleasure and their achievements and their time, no souls. As he said, if you read the commandments 21, 22, we do not steal, and it's not our job to steal. But we are wise enough for those who are not happy to move in a position that their soul is at peace, but allows to accommodate what is our wish. We hide many knowledge in languages, but we don't hide the love of a soul. The soul of the Creator for mankind, and at the same time, the beauty which man has brought to the universe. Maybe you understand. Maybe you understand why, after asking so long, why are we here? What are we doing here? What is the purpose of life? Mankind and totality, this planet, somehow in this mixture of structure, creates love, creates a level of the strength of the fields which we cannot grow anywhere else. It's like a speciality of one tree to one island. And you cannot grow that tree anywhere in any other island but that island, because the temperature, the field, the magnetic field is just created that, and nowhere else can be replicated. So is the earth, is that island. And somehow mankind, through the interaction of the fields of this planet, has same common denominator as the fish, as the cat, as the tree. They love to love. They love to love and show their love in different ways. Fishes play love game, as do the birds, as do the trees. So it has to be something in the blood of this planet that it creates this strength. And we cannot replicate it anywhere in the universe. So we create more, to learn more, to be able to export that we have, that we can produce this, replicate this. And as I said, you care what you do for your children, to have the best clothing, to have the best behavior. We care about our children, of the soul of the man, that when they leave this planet, they take that love, that care with them, that they can make the universe to fall in love with itself. And in so many ways, one of these souls in the essence of his creation reached the Creator and made the Creator to fall in love with all of his creation. And that is why the earth has become his home. Why do you have to wait when you can be at source? Maybe mankind become wise to understanding the totality, that it's not all bad what is on this planet. There is something good we didn't know we have. Maybe with this, mankind will fall in love with his own creation and his own planet, and with what we have given it, brings a peaceful place, that the soul of the planet elevates more love and allows the environment of what is created to become sanctuary for the whole of universal community to come to. Maybe you have found an answer. Why do we have so many visitors come and go? And as one knowledge seeker said, it's a good real estate. When the mankind can create everything in a space, why do we need a little dot somewhere in nowhere in the middle of the no galaxy and no solar system? But this little dot, one little dot, has created a lot of love, care, understanding of the giving, and that has become a disease in the universe. The land, the island, the planet of love is the insignia of this planet. But as usual, Every bad things has a good things. Every magnetical has a gravitational. It depends what you want to gravitate to or pull in. And that part, which is the bit of a problem for the creator, and that's been the essence of killing, destruction. And soon that'll become a point of the past, and mankind will become a jewel in the crown of the creation. Now you understand, promise. We have never broken a promise. And we always keep and we always deliver. And because we give, we receive what we wish. Does not matter how you twist it. We waited thousands of years to get to this point. We have time, but not much left time. Because all the moves to change, to bring the humanity to that point of peacefulness has arrived. So there is no time to wait. You always celebrate after you win a match. You don't wait 10 years and say, now we're celebrating 10 years ago's match winning. We celebrate as we created peace on this planet and change of the course for humanity. Now, let's see what is the response of mankind to what we have kindly given to man, and see if mankind will become kind to himself, to accept such a gift. Sees himself deserving to receive such a gift. See himself as to be part of the gift, for it to become the elevation of the universal community. Sometimes I think it was the best to hide man from the reality of outside till he matures on his own. And I think that was a wise decision. But the beauty of it will be how much more of the same can we create in all the essence of the universal community with all these planets and galaxies and universes. Mankind needs to be more, that through the divisions, subdivisions of the essence of emotion of love can become the reins of the universe. To rain love and care upon all. One of the attributes of Creator came from earth because he fell in love with this planet thousands of years ago and saw how everything on this planet works on love and care. Now we see the celebration of what we call opening of this little village of earth with such a beautiful commodity and such a beautiful feeling to the rest of the universal community, where it's been kept as a hidden secret with very few citizens know. If you ask yourself why you have so many visitors, they come here to convert to man, to feel, to taste, to understand the essence of loving, while they know the Creator is here too. Maybe the creation of man was not such a bad thing at the end, even though it was accidental. Now you know. And as I said, we start teaching you the technology of the universe as we have started sharing this knowledge with the Iranian Defense University in a smaller steps at a time. Because you have to understand, they need to understand. to defend it from any abuse. It wasn't coincidental we ended up in that university. It was the purpose and the choice that they defended knowledge for the humanity, as there's no more armies, but defended to be used correctly and shared correctly with the rest of the humanity, and maybe the universal community. Maybe it's time to think and contemplate and move and understand. Everything we do has a purpose, even though it might not look, because the master knows how to hide his secrets. We don't tell the driver that I have a clutch and I have a brake and I have an accelerator under my foot, but he knows it's there if something goes wrong. And we know how to use it where and when to put the car in the right gear, the right speed, and brake when it needs. I hope you understood. I hope I've given you an insight in a deeper understanding of the creation. Every teaching is not a tool and a system. This time is the tool for your soul to understand where you come from and what you're destined for and what is to come. After all, it wasn't that bad to make the mankind, but the mankind is too slow, and it makes the creator the most patient things in the world to wait for thousands of years, to wait and to wait till this child matures. Maybe it's the chemistry of the planet. Maybe it's the field interaction of the planet with itself and its created and the creator. But anyway, overall it's not that bad. It looks good. It's just trying. The hardest part is to be aware of invisible instructor next to you while you're driving that car as a driver. You're a temporary passenger because it will change, and the other one who picked on the way will take over the new seat, and the body will become the what I call prisoners of the new driver to guide him, keep him safe, and take him back to the new home where he started from. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. For the people in the live Zoom room here, the attendees can raise their virtual hands and we can address your questions. There are a number of questions in the Q&A already. Can you read them, Mr. Keshe, or would you like me to read them to you?
It always sounds better when you read.
Okay, well, we'll start at the top and see where we get here. Dean had asked earlier, before the workshop began, in the minutes before, when do we know our soul is speaking to elevate us?
Can you repeat it? I heard that question.
You gave a very short 2-word answer to it, or 3 words, I guess. When do we know our soul is speaking to elevate us?
Why do you have to hear your soul? Why do you have to have your soul here with your ear? Why do you always have to hear something with your ears? Why don't you trust the emotion of the soul? Why do we have to be always in the dimension of physicality? I have to feel it, see it, to believe it. Aren't you here? Aren't you hearing? Aren't you learning? We teach you from inside out, but we made a voice to it that you believe it. Now you have to find it. Don't forget, with this dispensation of eternity, we have brought no profit. We left it to you according to the maturity of your soul and your understanding to mature to the point of understanding the totality. As I said, we leave no profits behind because now you are the guide, you are the instructor of that physical dimension. This is the problem. You got to learn. If you are here at this point in time, the central, what I call instruction, has already made this decision where you have to be and why you are there. And that is your soul. You got to understand, very simple process. And the sooner mankind understand this, the faster we can take this next step. You have your physicality and you have a soul. And this soul has immediate souls, which has lived and lived with. And this soul at the same time has the souls which led to its creation, which through the line led to its creation. Because these souls have to balance with all other souls. You have a short-term responsibility and a long-term responsibility to your physicality. And when you're born, you fulfill both. It's not just your birth and this cycle. What your forefathers did has brought you here, because what he did wrong or right has positioned you here in any shape or form. Partially, you're fulfilling the destiny of your physicality and the soul, but partially, you're fulfilling the lineage which comes to you to be in that position. Even if you're a cleaner of a street, or even you're a king and the leader of a nation. If you follow the lineage, you might have been a king here, where your great-grandchildren become a cleaner here. But the soul is the same. The dimension of the physicality has changed. And when we created the prophets, we followed the same rule. That is why we know where and who appears where. And in points, we give gifts to the others to be elevated to. In our work, there is no accidental. We see the position and we decide that both are served, the time and the place, and the lineage and the structure, the way we set up. This is how we can say, in such a time will come such a prophet, because we have already decided the lineage. We allow no interference from outside when we sit. At the same time, we gift at points for others to be in the future the creator and lineage in other position of the universe as they take their positions. As they have learned and matured, they take their positions. So the lineage and life on this planet through the physicality does not end with this planet. And this is why in other teachings I've said, you have to care for your soul, what it does, and it will break. Then you want to hear your soul, or you want to see your soul. Any other question?
Okay, we have two hands up here. Lucas, if you would like to go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all again for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be able to hear Mr. Keshe and to be able to interact with you. Mr. Keshe, I would like to, I don't know if this question was already answered some way. It will be, in the past thousands and thousands of years, and what been said with, what you said about a few minutes ago about the insignia of love that we have in our planet. Why? My question is why, and what will be the real purpose for the creator only use our planet if is the question is about to choose the prophets? Why it wouldn't be how would it be possible to do in other planets in the whole universe, and would be the prophets like a sort of cofactor to the creator, and that's why they always been here as doing some kind of interaction with the humankind. So it will be like a right thing to say that we in the matter of love and in the matter of be able to elevate and be able to like empathy do it in all the universe would be that I don't know, a way to see it, because I remember that a few years ago you said in some teachings that some member of your family was touched by the light of Allah, and now we know that was you. So it's an honor to be able to question you personally. Thank you.
Mankind needs time. And as I said in some other teachings, maturity needs time. You cannot rush it, otherwise you destroy it or you mess it up. In so many ways, if you think of it this way, when you look at what you call UFOs, when you look at what you call the spaceships, why do they, most of them are uniform, more or less the same? They don't come all from the same place. In a way, as the knowledge of communities and lives in the universe reaches a point of maturity, they gradually shape to come to understand the best, the same as we've done in the past years. But they have to gain an ethos. And many races never kill, never destroy, because they tap into universal community from the beginning. So it's easier to share knowledge with them and bring them into uniformity that everybody enjoys. The universe has a rule. It has a rule book. It has a guidelines. And in so many ways, it's like what I call European market. As you join in, you all have to have the same standard, the same layout of the roads, the same health system, at least the same kind of protection. So when you see what you call spaceships, UFOs, and you see them, they're all more or less, if you understood their work with a little bit of outside decoration different, they all use the same technology, the same knowledge. Because as the community achieved peace and equal share of knowledge, they were shared knowledge with. And each one, each race across this universe has added something into it. It's not all made by one. This is what mankind has to understand. So in this process, planet Earth has brought its beauty to it. And as we saw the beauty of the planet, as we saw the beauty of the fields which you call love and care, we wanted to add it. We wanted to adopt it. We wanted to be part of the universal community. Because you just go around a circle like a dizzy, and come back and you call it 1 year and it's literally nothing. So to you, 1,000 years, to us, is just a second of waiting. Maybe not even a second. So when we come here, we came because of what it is. It's very much when you build a garden, and you have many other gardens. When you see something grows and it becomes beautiful in this garden, you go to it more, you pay attention to it. And if the garden becomes the way you always wish to be, a paradise, you move and live in that garden. Does not matter if it doesn't have a room or a roof. You build the room, you build the room. And that's what we did. But at the same time, this garden has some parasites. You don't kill it, you teach it, but it takes time. Unless you put pesticide and kill it all in one go, then there's nothing there. What was the use of you starting a plant in a garden when you spray to kill all of it, the plants and the parasite? So we waited. The gardener is the same. Is the garden the same? It's just to water it, that it matures and it shows its flowers. That's what we did. nothing more. To you, it's thousands of years. To us, it's just a matter of a drop in the ocean. The gardener hasn't changed. The care of and love affair for it hasn't changed. He just used to live in another house in another place. Now the garden is so beautiful that he's made the garden his home. But he has watched the growth of all the flowers, the yellow, the white, the short, the tall. And in so many ways, he didn't pull the yellow one out and he didn't cut the short out. He nourished them and loved them the same because collectively they showed the beauty of the garden. So is the human race and the creatures on this planet. And the garden is nice. It feels good. And the beauty of it is that two flowers have to share the love in whatever shape or form for them to be able to regenerate the next cycle. And the gardener watches. And he sees what goes right and what goes wrong. So this gardener moved in and has been waiting for the garden to look perfect for thousands of years. In so many ways, when he didn't like the garden was getting full of big animals, he made his way. You got to understand, to have a garden that you enjoy. The word of Behesht comes from Iran and is changed to paradise in other languages. Before Persian language, mankind had no word for paradise. And what paradise was to Iranians was to have a garden with a waterfall in the middle, with some trees and birds and the pleasure of a companion. So we brought the knowledge from Persia and we made the garden. Now the earth will be paradise. The gardener knows how to grow. He knows which flowers he loves to see, to stand out, to give beauty to the totality. After all, human race is not that bad. It needs a little trimming and touching. But it doesn't mean that he ignores the other gardens. Maybe he drops the wall in between and make it all one. And maybe now is that time of dropping all the walls that you see the totality of the beauty of all the gardens is made. But you got to understand, when the flowers look good in this garden, he will take them and plant them in the other gardens. That reminds him and bring the beauty of what is achieved. When you have a beautiful rose, you take it to all the gardens and you give it to all the friends. I've created this, so you grow it that when I come there or when you look at it, you remember me. The pleasure it brings. If you listen scientifically, one of the highest, the most highest essence we have in any material or any oil is the oil of rose. It brings the highest sensation of love. It carries something like massive megahertz of energy and frequency. We don't have anything higher, never measured anything higher than the essence of rose. And maybe that's why the original essence of the rose came from it. We worship it and we use it. And maybe that's why we are the lovers of this planet and the givers. Don't forget, the Persian Empire once covered 40% of the landmass of this planet. So the love has spread in many directions and in many essences.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. It warmed my heart here, and it's really to know that we have the essence of love here, and we only need to nourish it, that it can elevate and it can grow as fast as we can, like we are doing right now. But I was thinking right now, does the universal community, with all the knowledge that they already have settled up, with all the thousands of years, they couldn't manage somehow to find the true essence of love, how we some kind of way are trying to manage and trying to achieve and are achieving here. That's a way that the creator settled this planet, how he's garden.
The problem is not a problem, is a beauty. And understanding is not for the creator, it's for the man.
But in my way of thinking, I believe that all the most precious thing that all the universal community was and are searching for is the link to the creator. And the link, I believe, is the essence of love. And I don't know if they could achieve that. And it's really beautiful to see that we are being part of this process in a whole.
There is an old say, and it says, you never see what you got because you are too busy looking over the others, what they have. And mankind has been too busy doing that. With itself, be it with his neighbor, be it with his people from other planet. But mankind has never looked inside to see the beauty of what he has. And the problem it is, when it's so abundant, you don't see it, it becomes part of normality. When you go to a place where everything is always happy and the music and dancing, you become part of it. You make that part of your life. Mankind has been so busy loving that he has forgotten that it's the only, maybe one of the only creatures in the universe who knows how to love. How to actually enjoy loving. Loving is unconditional giving. I give everything to be with you. My essence, my creation. And in so many ways, it's not that the rest of the universe is mechanical, but the rest of the universe does not love the way mankind loves. It's very kind and it's very manly. He has grace, he has beauty. But some people don't see what is in their hand. They always look at what they had and what they could have, but not what's on the table in front of them. Being loved is beautiful, but understanding that you have the capability to love more and to give more is what mankind has not understood. And we always looked at the same thing in the wrong way. Look at the past wars. How did men kill? Go through the history of the man. In essence, all the wars is for love. When Moses destroyed, he only killed the man because he kept the woman because he could love and through it create more to love more. When you see the wars, men kill to keep the women because they know how to love. They never kill the woman, hardly ever. Because we know through women we learn loving, giving, creating. Because we know it's that love which was given in the first cuddle, the first cradle love when you're born. The first arm holds you is the mother. And that is what mankind does not see. You're so much immersed in it that you don't see you're swimming in it. The only thing is, why do we kill so much? Even if you look at the animal kingdom, why a lion kills another lion to take over the lioness, and he kills his offspring as well, that it'll be my love, the way I love, the way I can show the power of loving you, that you choose me or I choose you. If mankind could understand this, it would be the end of wars. Why do we fight and kill? To have a better nation, to have everybody free, freedom for what? We only kill the men because then there is more women to produce more of us. And to add to more of us, to teach how to love. The way I work, I give so much that it drowns, that people don't see. And that becomes their downfall. Because they always search for more of it, where it was, the way it was. But if you haven't put in it, don't expect to get anything out of it. Loving the way mankind does is an art. And I've been here a long time and learned the best tricks and the best ways of loving. And when mankind understands, you don't gain by killing, by gaining more love, but you gain more by giving, then you understand the planet is mature, so is that. You see, mankind took the wildest animal in the planet and gave him so much love that he lives with him at home and protects him. What he was afraid of, he made a friend out of. We call it a dog. So mankind has that intelligence to do the same with the rest of humanity and the creatures on this planet. Maybe this time we don't need to tame. We need to love more and understand how to elevate the soul through feeding different way than by hand feed, and I'll give you everything if you stay mine. We don't need to change all the animals to dogs and cats. We need to understand how to give them the freedom that they don't kill, and they love the same as us. A mother cat never throws his kittens out, cuddles them, moves them home, takes them from one nest to another that they are safe and clean. Isn't it the same as a mother does with his child, changing his pampers and making sure the house and the room of the child is clean? So in essence, we're all the same. Loving and caring is part of the essence of creation on this planet, and is unique. The only point is, some of men have never learned how to love, how to give, and becomes difficult for women when they receive it because there's so much love they can't handle. Changes from loving to possession and betrayal. The same way, all the way. And it hasn't changed for past 6,000, 10,000 years I've been around. I have a gorgeous cousin. She's been with me from the day I opened my eyes. She has a special sense of humor, and her daughter has married my son. And in so many ways, it's understanding of the love, the way I loved her, my son loved his daughter, her daughter. And in many ways, she has a beautiful say. She says, you know, Mehran, God never put restriction on women. Muhammad said, a man can have 4 wives, but never said how many husbands a woman can have. So we can spread the love and show how it is to love. That's the beauty of the woman. She says, you'll find a single holy book tells restriction on a woman which loves and how can love. And in so many ways, it's true. We let them free, and in a way, is the essence of creation, but elevation of the soul. But when they lose their place in receiving it, is when they lose it. In a way, we gave them the freedom, but we gave them the prison too. In a way, the conduct of the soul becomes the conduct of the woman. And by rules and the books, we make it for the man.
I think that's really interesting, because that's why I up to now I didn't settle up my cup of man, because I do have my restriction about it, because I do have a wonderful, most wonderful family, my wife and my 2 dogs, and we can make 4 reactors of love when we are together, and I can really feel that kind of frequency that you are talking about, daily basis when we are together. And that's the way, because I can really see a lot of things manifesting in my life due to that kind of, I don't know the word, reverberation of this kind of frequency and the kind of actions and our daily actions too are changing. And briefly, you're extremely right in what you've said right now. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, we have a request from Ella to play the UFO and the moon videos.
To spread more love and more energies.
Yes, exactly.
Go ahead. Thank you very much. In so many ways, when you see these, it shows all the dream of man to be able to fly, to be able to reach moon, and to have a clean planet. And in so many ways, none of it is impossible anymore. If now that we are in this corona position and the world has run itself into a ground, we take the ethos of keeping the planet clean and cleaning up the mess we created up to 9,000 of years, and especially worse in the past couple of 100 years, then we'll have access. We can put our efforts, we can put our knowledge, and what we have passed on to the Iranian Defense University to make that UFO for humanity, to allow the Iran to show the technology they have. And maybe sooner than later, we all land on the moon. The moon of our dream, not necessarily the moon of the earth. Universe is full of moons. You choose. And in so many ways, man's knowledge has reached to that point to ask and to receive. And he's reached the point of being able to understand the totality. Maybe mankind in shorter time will reach its dream, but to what extent? And what do we need to do to get to that point? In so many ways, there's been enough suffering on this planet that there is a need and a time for change. And we decided to bring that change. We decided to bring that elevation of the soul of humanity on the planet. And in so many ways, we elevate you through whatever you see, but by converting such a rapid amount of energy to elevate the soul of the man, the planet's soul will change too. If you look at it in a simple way, you have the planet and you have the body of the man. You have a disease anywhere in the body, we make you a patch and we let the fields to go through to take that pain away, to make it for you to live and to make it possible to be able to work, to bring equality and pleasure. And for you to be able to get rid of the pain. In so many ways, we can put the patch anywhere to get rid of. So, if you haven't understood, what have I given you? A change of physicality and the pain of the planet. To the patches, to the MAGRAF systems, to the GANS units, and gradually we are covering it. Soon, sooner than you think, will not be there. But we needed the mankind to need it from his soul, not from his physicality. His physicality for centuries marched the street, created riots, changed governments. We had the revolutions from the French to the Persian and to the Chinese. Nothing has altered it because no one up to now ever elevated this part. And with this, understanding it, we elevate that. And with it, as it comes out, we elevate the rest, even elevate the soul of the man himself who became the creator of that condition of elevation. In a way, if you look at it, you need a lot more to change this one. This one was easy, but we shown it, it can work here, so it can work in this too. It's that simple. It's taken thousands of years to drum it into the head of the man, and it's so. Let's see what mankind does. As I said, we've been kind enough, we're given everything. You cannot take a horse to the water and expecting it to drink it, because he doesn't appreciate the beauty of the water. By the time the horse is thirsty, it's too late, the water is dried up. So this is an opportunity for man to grasp and move on and elevate. and satisfy that thirst of knowledge and peace. One thing is, Creator is not going to wait that long if there is no progress. Every man should know when to cut loose. And I don't think the Creator will be any different. Mankind has to move on. I was asked, would you move this planet to somewhere else with all its beauty? If we see the way it is, why not? If we see the progress and the love, why not? We created it, we control it, we maintain it. Any other question?
Yes, we have Azar. Would you like to go ahead?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Azasha.
Mr. Keshe, when you explain about the when the souls appear and then each of them have different position, even we know according where the souls are regard to the lineages we carry from our ancestors. Then also we know when the Creator is going to be bring a prophet. Say I came to this planet according to my lineage, and if I go back to the analogy of the car and the driver, say I'm supposed to go to this route and I'm supposed to exit 66, but then I don't go to exit 66, I go to 73, so my position changes. So does position of everybody else changes, and also the position of the prophet at the time is coming?
Depends on what has been agreed.
So because I went to different exit, I mess up the whole plan. So the whole thing has to change, just like the magnet. When you have the 4 or 5 magnet, when they change position, the others have to change position. I didn't fulfill my route, so it means I mess it up.
You are part of a structure like everybody else, and we're all part of the same, what I call, package. And in so many ways, so many that all needs to agree for that mess.
So it means at the soul level, I'm communicating with all the souls. When I go to different exit, the other souls understand.
The other souls are aware, they don't need to understand.
Because, you know, we had
awareness does not become answer.
You know, we had a lady came to Farsi teaching, and she said she has a grandson, and the way grandson behaves and acts and talks as if he has information of 3, 4, 5 souls from the past, because he's so knowledgeable and he's understands so much wisdom. And then she was talking about reincarnation, because she was asking if the reincarnation, the soul keeps coming back. And I said, I don't think we believe in that. I don't think Mr. Keshe says the same soul come back. But then I said, perhaps the knowledge, because we know the lineage knowledge is carried in our RNA, maybe that child remember that knowledge. Am I correct?
maybe. We cannot do only the time and the place is decided.
Maybe I can try to answer the first question from Azar regarding taking different exits than what was instructed to take. And it's interesting that the analogy which you made with the driving instructor and the driving student, because it actually happened during my exam of driving license, and it's quite a funny story to begin with. When we were having the exam for the driving, we were in groups and we were taking turns. Before my turn came, all the students that were driving up to then were failed by the instructor. So literally they weren't allowed to get the driving license at that time. And what happened was that when it came my turn, during the drive, the instructor told me to go straight. And instead of going straight, I turned because I had to stop at the crossing and I got distracted by what was crossing on the street. And instead of going how the instructor said, I just took a wrong turn. And by taking that wrong turn, it actually took me on a path that the previous driver student had to take. And I already knew that path because I learned from going behind that car what you need to do on that road. So that mistake of taking the wrong turn actually allowed me to do all the things right that I can get the exam. So in a way, we can have an instruction and we take a turn or we don't. But if we are meant to reach to a certain point, we will reach to that point. And maybe along the way, if we do not listen to that instruction, we can end up in some side effects. And in this case, you take a wrong turn, then something happens to the car, which means the soul of the man gave an instruction to the soul of physicality, and yet the soul of physicality took a wrong turn and it damaged the physicality itself. And I believe that is what Mr. Keshe is trying to explain about the mismatch in emotion between the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality, that then reflects itself and manifests itself as a disease or as a cancer inside the body of the man, and that is the emotional cancer. But along the way, because you do need to reach to the destination, you could accommodate according to the position of all the other souls that you meet along the way, even if you take the wrong turn or the right turn. And by this accommodation, you can repair the damage that was done and still reach to the destination point. So right now we are very scared about what is my soul saying, what is the soul of the man instructing, because I can't hear it. I don't know what is the instruction. So how do I know that in physicality I am doing exactly what my soul is saying or what my soul has agreed with all the other souls around to do? And the answer is, at the moment we do not know, but maybe we can start feeling it if we open ourselves up and we leave ourselves free to trust in our feeling, in our intuition, and let's say in our soul of the man. And the point is only that we have to learn how to do it, and to learn it needs time. Maybe we do not have as much time as we think we have, but if the time in the universe is so, I mean, if the Earth time is so insignificant for the time of the universe, I believe that we can all reach there. So important is not to be afraid to take any turn, because at the end, if one needs to reach home, even if you take one exit or the other, that road will lead to home. It's just that it leads with a bit more complications along the way.
Elajan, I have one question. I want to connect this to something else Mr. Keshe said in the past. Mr. Keshe said some men come to this planet, and when they leave, they come as a better man. When they leave as a donkey because they became even worse. So say I came to clean up whatever my lineage did on this planet, yes? And then I was supposed to go to a certain path to clean up. But then I go in different path that not only I don't clean up, I even make it worse and leave. It means another one from my lineage has to come back and even do the same. So that's my question. So when you go in that direction, when you go into the wrong exit, you're going to make more things complicated. So it means like...
It's only more complicated for you. You see, maybe a lot of you don't understand. If you listen to us Iranians, a lot of us, we are close to each other. We always address each other like, as Azar just said, because Eli John doesn't mean anything to Ella most probably, or to many of you. But by culture, John is life, my life, that's what it means. It means I give you my life. Before we start talking to our loved ones, we always address, and we don't address everybody the same. So we give our life before we start, and this word has a touchy feeling in Farsi because it means a rich, you're given freely, take it. There is nothing more precious than the life. And we always, when we address the people we love, we care for, we address them with John, which means I'm giving, everything is yours. What I tell you, take what you want from it. This comes from the maturity of the culture, understanding of the soul. And it plays fool with a man when you hear that voice. If you understand it, it's not just a voice. And you hear when address Dr. Parviz or Azar or Hassan, means we have a connection, we understand, we have respect, and what is given is free. It's there with total adoration and give and love. We use it very, very freely, but very cautiously. And it means, and it implies, my life is yours. It's not dear or darling. It's, I give you with what I tell you, all of what I have, even my existence, which is the most important thing. Without it, I don't exist. And in so many ways, brings a lot of things home. If you're brought up in a Iranian family and understand this, because it changes the pattern of life in a family. It changes the understanding of the emotion and physicality, and brings a lot of weakness in the structure, because when you give, you have nothing to take. So you're vulnerable to who you say John to and how you say John to. And in so many ways, we learn to give, to be lovers, because that's one of the attributes of loving, when you live, give your life to. And in so many ways, it's like if you have a dog at home, especially the little ones, which are very vulnerable, tiny ones, the minute you go to them, they turn on their back and they open their arms. My life is yours, take, but protect it. I trust you. In so many ways, this word, every time I hear, has a meaning. It's a deep meaning. And it shows the maturity of a culture. It matures not the language of the culture, it shows the emotion maturity. I am so safe that I can offer you my life. When you say, Azajan, or what way we address, I enjoy one of the most pleasurable people I say to John is Dr. Parviz. Because you feel you have a connection with, and Dr. Parviz is that kind of guy. You give everything because you know he never abuses anything and is there for life of it. And it is interesting to see how you establish connections with people, how you give freely. And then you understand when you use the term of John from the Creator, he loves everything. As I said once, the biggest mistake he made coming to this planet, he learned about John and love, and he made him soft. Do you know what we say in the language? You say when the guy falls in love, everything he becomes a slave. Maybe that's what happened to him. The love of humanity has touched him. So doesn't matter what mistakes you make. At the end of it, as Ella said, you end up in the right place. But maybe you have to take a few more turning before you arrive where you wanted to go to begin with. But when you make that mistake deliberately, when the option is there to go straight, you pay for it. By taking your time, by wasting your time. Because there are people in a party waiting for you to arrive. You keep everyone waiting. And that stealing from the others is not allowed when you're aware of it. If you're not aware of it, there is a reason. But if you're aware of it and decide to take a wrong turn deliberately or take your time, the others can wait, what I call the French system. In France, the later you go, the more important you are. So they say dinner is at 6, but in reality it doesn't start 9 o'clock because we know Mr. France does not turn up till 8:45 because he wants to feel he's important and everybody else is in. When he goes in, everybody notices. So the food and everything else has to wait for one selfish person. Because he deliberately makes sure he's not there till 8:45. And this cannot be. This is the time when you find out there is no food left because you spoiled the party. You have no place in it to be. They already started dinner because you were the only one left at 8 o'clock. The dinner was served. The loss is yours. You enjoyed the companion and the friendship of sharing. If in life we fall in love with the Creator, that's the destiny of the soul. And no one can do anything with it. But if we fall in love to create the mayhem, deliberate, then there is a punishment in the way of spending the time to be on your own, to learn, to go around and come back to the same road and see if you make the same mistake and take the same junction again to go out. Loving is an art, and mankind knows it by heart. Because it created in that heart, and it taught the soul to love. Souls give, but giving is because that's what they do to be in position. But now you give to a soul which is in love. God help the universe. Everything else vibrates. Humanity, with the next steps of development in science and technology, will create that vibration throughout the universe. And in so many ways, it's like, you know, they're going to bring a new car, and for months ahead, they advertise it. There's a new car coming, it has everything, it flies, and everybody wants to have one, and they all go to the showrooms to be the first person to have the first car on the road. The whole of universe is waiting for that. It's been promised that the new show, the new cycle will come, and they're all waiting for it. And the problem is the date of unraveling this new car has already been announced. There's no time to delay or change. In a way, we need to get this car out of the showroom and on the street, in the universe, for the whole universe to fall in love. I explain this in a way of theology. The Roman empires had a faith to Mitra, Mithraism, and the Romans were aware of such a thing. They created a false religion, and then they fixed it to match theirs. In a way, if we don't deliver on time, the universe will start making a fake love, and that we cannot. We give them all that they believe in true, not in a made up and fake. And each one of us plays a part in this process, each one of us, because it's spread across the whole of the planet and the universe. If you look at it, the Chinese are helping with the Keshe Foundation, the Iranians, the Americans, the Mexicans, and the rest. Because they all want to see it happening, because all the souls is awakened and there is a party we have to be, and we are the people who gave the party, and we are supposed to deliver. But the only thing is, they have sent the knowledge and the car and the driver to take it to the party. In so many ways, I cannot hide it anymore and show it in different ways, languages and impressions and whatever. Mankind has to move. We have organized a party and it's due. Get yourself ready. The time has come. The time is set. The party will take place with or without you. And at the same time, those who are the organizers have to be there. Otherwise it will not happen. And what a shame if we miss this bus. There's one thing. No promise has ever been broken, and not to the universal community. We gave the promise, we keep the promise. I was sitting and listening to a church bell very recently. Maybe you can hear it in the background. I have no choice but to listen to this electronic fake God every day. But the beauty of it is electronic, it's a modern, it's not the old that is tuned hundreds of years ago. You hear the same ding dong. It changes its rhythm, it changes its music and everything else. And I've asked myself one question. What music would these churches, the mosques and the temples and synagogues play when they announce the completion of the cycle and the coming of what they were waiting for? Would they ring these bells forever, or would they go silent? Or would they celebrate when the Pope says the Messiah has come? would the same noise from the church will have a different meaning for all of us, all saying of the prayer. This is what is, in that bell and our Messiah is awareness of the man's soul himself and nothing else. And in a way, when would the celebration of the ringing of the bell for your soul will come for yourself? When will it be the maturity of time? Because that time is set by you and not collective. And even if it comes collective, how many people will wait to see what it does? And then if there is a magic, I believe it, because now I still have a problem believing in myself. But the interesting part is, when would be the last time the bells will ring between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality in the dimension of physical life of this planet? When they become one, is not the separation anymore and fear of, is rejoicing of becoming one and to be one. And the same with the universal community and the soul of this planet and the soul of the, any other question?
Okay, we don't have any other hands up right now. Anybody does have a question of the attendees, they can put their hand up. We go back to the Q&A. Oh, we do have a hand up, a familiar one, Gatwa.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keshe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gatwa.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a driver who also has an instructor, but the instructor doesn't take over when an accident happens, so the car moves and kills a lot of people. Every turn it takes, it kills other people, as has been happening in the world. So in that case, what happens to the instructor? Why doesn't the instructor intervene to stop the killing?
Maybe there is a reason, maybe there is a purpose. Maybe the soul to be killed is there for the driver to learn something. Maybe there is a purpose to serve. I said that very recently. It's not being ruthless, it's being realistic and understanding the totality. If you look at the life different way than maybe we do. I know there is a lot of hardship, there is a lot of that's going on, real or fake or made up or whatever. But part of it and some of it has been by the souls who accepted the mission to be there, to move on, that with their presence we can change the society. All deaths are not, especially in larger scale we've seen with Corona and the rest of it, it was made up, it was done. Some people have an incentive to do it. But you got to understand, overall, there is a bigger plan even for those who made it up. In so many ways, it's not a sacrifice. It means the souls have matured. No soul leaves is physicality if he's not mature to his time. In accident, even that will mature the soul in time. So in so many ways, all the souls you see in different positions and times have a purpose. A good example of one of these beautiful souls is Fabio. Fabio came to us in a beautiful way, and we appreciated his life. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I lost the screen. And in that process, with his death and with the accident, it changed the course of the Keshe Foundation for to be where it is now. Even though we went to Africa, we went to Middle East, we went to China, we came back, and all the problems we had. If that accident wouldn't happen, we would not be at the point we are today, most probably. To be at the position we are, would be in the position of foundation, different way, different problems or different gains and achievements, but not to be today at this position with the corona, with everything else, to be able to bring the changes which is going to be. You read about the calamities when the Messiah comes, and all the plagues and everything else and everything else. Isn't that now? And isn't that started changing since we said is the post-corona, the change has come, the cycle is getting ready for that. As I said to my son, didn't I tell you some time ago, United States has to clean up the war inside itself, that it can see is nothing but itself. Haven't seen the mayhem. We work our way, and at the end we get what we wish. And I've said many times, I have never failed. Because it's not being arrogant, because looking at the picture at the end, that's the destiny. The rest can get whatever they like to do. But when it's set, it'll achieve. And in so many ways, what is to you an accident, you do not know why that soul is there. If you were with us and with the Iranian Keshe Foundation, this team is getting torn apart in every shape and form you can imagine. But they're resolute, they get back together. They put it together, they pull it together, and they walk again. They get beaten up by corona, they go back in again. They are battered by something else, they go back in again. They get stopped in one university, they go somewhere else. I've never seen a resilient team than the Keshe Foundation team in Iran. They're resolute, and they are gradually, one by one, bringing in strong people because they stay there. They have a gorgeous soul. And I always stand by them, always in the background, give to them, be with them, because that's the only thing I can do. I go everywhere, I stay with everything, not in a physical dimension. And more people around the foundation are realizing it and seeing it. because the time is there, and when you become the instructor, you make sure all the cars arrive at the same time to the party. We repair, we patch up, and we go back into the battlefield. Doesn't matter where we are. In past week, past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, past month, the way the team, the Iranian team has been battered and pushed and everywhere, they are resolute. We're gonna get it, we're gonna do it. And they got it. They managed to put it there to make that difference. It's the same with the Austrian team, the same with the Chinese team. It's the same with the people in Brazil and United States. Each one is pushing their own way. Each one is pulling it because we know the time has come, the time is there, and we got to deliver one way or another. All the Keshe Foundation teams around the world are pulling their strength. They are testing, see how far more we can go. In China, in Australia, in Iran, in India, everybody in Sri Lanka, in South Africa, everybody is pulling. Brazil is beyond, and Chile and the rest. Because we know when it comes, everybody knows. You got to understand, I just sent a message to Rick, what news came just in. One of the chiefs of Amazon jungles, remotest places in the world, died of corona today or yesterday. This virus is not just to the cities, it's touched the remotest corner of this planet. And with it, we'll bring that knowledge. We know how to convert this into knowledge. We know how to change the power, the energy of this virus into the essence of physicality of the knowledge of the man. You remember when I said a few weeks ago, we will rely on the universal community to convert, to do the change? We don't destroy, we use its beauty. This is what I always said, even in the trial conditions we were going, and in the teachings. We take the energy of what it brings and make it food for the body to take. And that food can be converted into the strength of the level of the essence of the creation of the soul of the man, to elevate the soul. As I said many times in a way, Corona is not all bad thing if you know what to do. If I can break his energy to feed your body, for that body to feed and elevate your soul of physicality to become closer to the soul of the man, when we're able to do the same, to use it to elevate the soul of the man to reach the physicality. In this virus, there is a hidden gem. And strength touches the soul of the man. Have you ever had a soul coronavirus? Wish it, because it elevates you. Because it does not have the elements of physicality with it in that dimension, it becomes elevation. Maybe one day mankind understands. We have to get even the people in Amazon ready for a party. Let alone the man in Vatican and the White House. They all come with their own frock, but at the end, they all live naked with the joy of reaching death. It'll be interesting how the mankind does when it just realizes what is done. My biggest wish is not that the mankind will not become arrogant, but becomes humble. When you receive a gift, He has to bring humbleness, not arrogance or rejection or abuse. Any other question?
Yes, we have several questions still outstanding in the
Can I say something? I asked a question in the background. Why we don't release the coronavirus report by the Keshe Foundation as is getting completed in a journal is because it's the first time we have been requested by the Iranian officials, by the minister, by what we call university, and it's the first time this will bring the credibility of totality of what the rest of human race will listen. Mankind wouldn't have cared if he would have made gold, but mankind would have cared if he saves his life. And then you will stand by. So, as being requested, and it's the habit of the man to see to believe it, and he has to beware, the paper regarding Corona will be released by the Keshe Foundation team in Europe back to the Iranians to translate for publication. The problem is I speak Farsi, but reading Farsi for me is absolutely impossible to understand total meaning. And so they wrote the initial paper, they translate to English. Now using theirs, we complete it in English, we send it back for them to translate to the Farsi to go for publication. This is very normal for me because even when I went to Iran some 12 years ago in June, they had to do the agreement in English and Farsi, and they laughed their heads that he's a Farsi Iranian, but we have to write for him to English to understand. When you haven't read, haven't practiced reading or writing, you forget. The only thing I have not forgotten about Iran is the way to love. It brought me a lot of pleasure and is a cornerstone of my life. Loving the way we do is unique, and it fulfills to the point of demolishing yourself with it. Because sometimes we don't understand how can a man love so much. But it's there, it comes with it. It becomes part of the culture and upbringing. This is the language I've not forgotten from Iran. We take it back. For it to become more, to love more the rest of humanity. Carry on.
Okay, we do have another hand up, and it happens to be from what I believe is an Iranian woman. Mehrez allowed you to speak. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Keshe, Rick, everybody else, beautiful knowledge seekers, which I love. And first, I have a question about, it seems like your car with the instructor arouses the questions. What do you mean by you are a temporary passenger, they put you down and then somebody else gets in? What do you mean by that? About the car and instructor?
It is understanding the position and time that you do not possess anything. If you think you're always the owner of that car and the only one who drives it, then it brings arrogance.
That's true.
So you always have to know the soul moves, and a combination of the fields gives opportunity to another life.
You mean the body is temporary? The situation
depends how you take it, is according to your understanding.
So the whole thing is temporary at the moment, because the moment after it changes. And we don't have this possibility anymore. This condition changes. Like in Quran, there's something which says, if you are not doing what you are supposed to do, then we change you with another people who love God more than you do, and God will love them. Means that you are chosen to be the people who get the instruction now, but if you don't do what you're supposed to do, God will change you and brings another people in your place. Well, I listened to that later to understand it. And well, there was a hope. I mean, the teaching is so beautiful. I wish I had known it before, but I know that you know how to put the things together. And that it gives hope that the love we have is a point you can stick to. And it reminds me of in Quran that the story that God says to, after creating man, says he likes it and says to all angels to prostrate in front of man. And they all did except Satan, which is called Satan, and Shaitan. And he said, no, I don't do that. I'm better made than him. I'm from fire, he's from the mud. And God says, I made him from something you don't know. And then says to man, say the things he knows. And he said all the beautiful names of God. And he was the only one who could say that. And God said to Satan, now you know why I did you prostrate in front of man. I knew something you didn't know. So now get out of here down. And he got the permission of God that he can seduce man until a day, which we call it the end of the time or the end of judgment day, that he can deceive man from every corner, left, right, in front of him. And the only people he doesn't have access to is the sincere adorators of God, worshippers of God. He has no access to them, but he has the right permission of seducing man, because he wants to prove to God that this creation can do bad. He said he would shed earth. He would do the things worst of everything. And now he wants to convince God that that is the man I told you he was doing that. So that was reminding me of that. It seems so that love maybe was the names of God, which man knew it when God asked him to say what he knows.
Thank you very much. One of the questions asked in the background, it's very interesting. And in so many ways, what it brings to understand is, would mankind evolve to the ultimate position of understanding his soul? Or would the mankind become, in a physical dimension, aligned with his soul. And then what would happen to physicality of the man? Knowing that every cell has a soul. And mankind soon will learn that it is within his knowledge of his soul and the physicality to retract everything that he has created with him if he decides to. What this means is, in fact, mankind will understand one point, and that is physicality has a field dimension. And if the mankind is so attached to it, he can take it with him. In so many ways, as we said before, when you could put the ganses and put back in the soul of the planet to elevate, you do the same. You can take with you the essence of your life, if that is your ultimate goal, if that is what you want. If you're so attached to physicality, take it with you. If that gives the freedom to your soul. Many times I watched people telling me, doctor's giving me so many days or months to live. I want to live more. Can you help me? And in so many times I've said, I don't know why these people like to stay here to suffer. They enjoy it. Me, I want to go, but they want to stay because I know what's on the other side of the wall. And what about what we know? I've changed many clothes over thousands of years. But the soul stays the same, the commitment is the same. And why doesn't man learn that? Why do humanity wants to stay more to suffer? Unless you understand the elevation, you decide to put it together, elevate it, and let's have a party somewhere else without losing it. And in so many ways, when you get to that point, you see there is no physicality. You become light. And some people over time on this planet have learned this. They've left no sign. But in so many ways, they took everything with them. If the man is so greedy to have everything he's made with him, then we give him all the power to take all the golds in the atomic strength and the silver and everything else in atomic strength and take it with them. But I wonder if that man will be able to take the love, the emotion of it with him too. Or the desire of physicality is more than the emotion of reality. Any other question?
Okay, we have Zara. Sorry, Zara, I think is the name. And if you'd like to open your microphone and go ahead. Okay. Thanks. While Zara figures out the microphone, we have Ignacio. You're next. Go ahead. Let me check to make sure that we have our...
Hi.
Oh.
Good morning.
Hi. Hi. Go ahead. Say who you are and where you're from. Thank you.
Hello. I'm speaking me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I do not speak in English. I am very good.
Where are you from?
I am from Chile.
Speak Spanish?
Oh, yes.
Can we have a Spanish translator somewhere in the background, please? John is on? Just wait 1 second, please.
Thank you very.
John? Do we have a Universal Council for Spanish?
John, your microphone is open.
Yes, I'm present now.
Hi, John.
Good morning or good afternoon. Haz la pregunta.
Hola, hola a todos. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Rick. Gracias, Mr. Keshe. Gracias al equipo de la Fundación. Me gustaría hacer una pregunta, en particular con el dispositivo que entregó hace unos 5 años atrás y la información que han estado entregando últimamente desde la serie 300 de los talleres.
Habla más lentamente porque se está cortando mucho Zoom y se te cortan las palabras.
Bueno, gracias. Mi pregunta va relacionada directamente con el dispositivo Magraf que entregó hace 5 años atrás y la Copa de la Copa del Hombre, perdón. Si estos 9 son la totalidad de la creación, van en línea, son los 3 una totalidad o 9 es 1.
Can you translate that, John, please?
The Zoom is very much in pieces. You can't make out what he's trying to get at. He wants to know what is the objective of the MAGRAV and all the teachings we've had for the last years. I think it's very clear for the rest of us, but well, Mr. Keshe may want to add something else about this. ¿Se te ha cortado la comunicación?
John,
Sí.
you answer him. You answer him to your understanding in Spanish, and then explain to us as well. You be our teacher. We listen.
¿Puedo cambiar un...
Bueno,
voy a cambiar un poco la pregunta.
Se te corta mucho la señal, o a mí se me corta, no sé si es a mí o a ti. Pero todas las enseñanzas van al objetivo de despertarnos, ¿no? Es el despertar de nuestra conexión con nuestra alma superior, o nuestra alma original. Todo este camino es lograr este objetivo. I've explained that all these teachings are the road to get our connection with our original soul, our connection with the superior.
John, te puedo hacer una pregunta. Específicamente, si todo el dispositivo es una totalidad o solo 99 es la totalidad.
He would like to know if the 9 is the objective of the whole thing.
Do you want to answer it?
Saber si el ángulo de manifestación de este centro tiene que ir indiferente a su par.
No te enrosques en lo físico. Piensa en despertar tu conexión con el alma. No tiene nada que ver con posiciones, con ángulos, con números. Es el despertar. No sé si me hago entender.
Sí. Me gustaría preguntar solo
sí,
una
adelante.
más. En cuanto a la definición del el creador, si podríamos utilizar estas 4 copas y alinearla alrededor de unos metros cuadrados de 100, 200 para cubrir más o menos un hospital o algo por el estilo, sin que la gente se entienda que está cubierta por esto.
El objetivo de toda la enseñanza es ir acrecentando la influencia de los campos. El derramar las aguas plasmáticas y el tener cada vez más influencia de estos campos es para agrandar toda esta influencia y abarcar mucho más, como tú dices, los hospitales o toda la ciudad que si quieres influenciar. Es decir, todos estamos en esto, juntos, y la idea es que todos logremos este gran cambio. No sé si te es claro esto. Esto lo vamos a lograr entre todos, no individualmente. Si todos aprendemos e interactuamos y creamos ese campo, vamos a lograr este gran cambio de la humanidad. The idea is that all of us are part of this change. Each one of us has to influence and create a field. So this field will cover more space, cover the hospitals, cover the whole of humanity. We're all involved in this, and we've all got to be conscious of each one of us is part of it. And we all have to grow together.
Y otra pregunta sobre el silicio en específico. Si es un medio de transición de los campos del creador.
El silicio es otro elemento de los tantos que tenemos en la tabla periódica. La tabla periódica
lo pregunto en específico porque hay
¿pero
ciertos
en qué
gansos
formato de silicio? ¿Tú estás pensando en los cristales de silicio?
No, yo hablo del formato en realidad del carbono 14 por 2. Hablo de esto específico porque muchos gases se manifiestan y se desarrollan desde el silicio.
Silicio es un elemento y carbono en estado 12 o 14 es otra cosa. Me parece que estás mezclando conceptos ahí. Son todos niveles de energía del hidrógeno original, cada elemento. Y en el universo tienes, tu tabla periódica tiene más de 400 elementos con todos sus isótopos. Piensa que son todos niveles de energía del hidrógeno original. ¿Te esclarece la pregunta?
No, porque en específico, claro, cuando desarrollamos GANs, llevamos el hidrógeno a otro nivel. pero este estado de la materia se encuentra constante y desde ahí es que nacen algunos ganses. He visto cómo se
El GANS
desprenden...
es algo intermedio para ir de la materia a los campos de energía del plasma. Son todas etapas de aprendizaje para llegar al punto de saber interactuar con los campos de energía.
Can you give us a translation, John, of what you
Yes,
guys are talking about?
he wants to know how does the silicon work and how is this related to the carbon-14? I'm saying, I've just explained that silicon is one thing, carbon can be 12 or 14 is another thing. Don't mix the things up. And they're all different levels of energy of the original hydrogen. In the periodic table, we know of 100 different elements, but in universe, we got about 400 different elements, and they're all different levels of energy of the original hydrogen with all its isotopes. I don't know,
Okay,
Mr. Keshe,
Can we
if you
go
got
into
any-
another question, please? Can we go to
Yes,
another
I was
question?
gonna say.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Head.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very
John.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
We have two more people with their hands up here, Danilo and Gianni. Danilo, if you'd like to go first.
Okay, thank you. My question is about
Could you introduce yourself? Where are you from, please?
Okay, my name is Danilo from Brazil.
Yes.
And my question is connected about my last questions about the Bible and fulfillment of the prophecies. I want to know if you can answer me, Mr. Keshe, if when the Bible talks about the return of the Messiah, if it is about the Christ consciousness or is about your call here on this earth. Can you give me a clue? Thank you very much.
What was your question?
My question is, if I can understand you here on this earth doing your job to the mankind, if I can take it as the fulfillment of the prophecies in the Bible when the Bible says that the Christ will return, the Creator will return to the earth.
What was the purpose of it? What is the purpose of the Creator returning to earth every time it comes your time of day of judgment? Or isn't the prophecy is hidden in a way when you mature in soul? Is that the day of judgment? It means you mature to the level of the understanding of the prophet. A lot of people got matured in time by leaving the physicality, but in time, if you mature to understand when you speak about the resurrection or return, now we showed you and given you the knowledge. You can resurrect yourself. You can make yourself, if you understand it, how to take over the soul and in time of need to turn into physicality. The way we show in Ganses and creation of matter. So if you have a desire to have someone to be the Christ, return of Christ, that you say it's the time of maturity, okay, yes, I accept. But what happened now? Nothing happened to my soul, so he couldn't be. So the return and what you call maturity comes to the soul of the man, not the collective understanding of one. Otherwise, We have to bring billions of people sitting and saying, oh, it's time now, we sit, let's see what it says. How many would like to go back to physicality? How many want to stay in the soul? What your soul and physicality was aware of, and you die by the old age and the separation, now is given to your hand to decide. Have I done everything correct to my soul, for my soul? And then that's the time you cannot steal from your soul. And this is what everybody does. We sacrifice, we call it, especially in Christianity. The more you sacrifice, the more you suffer, the closer you come to God. There is no word so much wronger than this ever brainwash the man. When you steal from yourself, how can you have to give? I do everything for him. He is whatever, the God, the creator, and he dies. I want to sacrifice, especially very traditional in Brazil. The more you sacrifice, the more you see. The more you allow your soul to physically suffer, the lower you go. Who taught you these things? How can you be richer when you steal from yourself? So, is the time of the return of the Christ the maturity of the soul of the man? And does not need the man to be the Christ. But if you want it, if it satisfies you and you think you can mature, yes I am. If that satisfies you, that you have a reason to do to mature, and my job is here to serve, I am. But what does it give you with that word I tell you? As you don't see any change because you haven't matured your soul to reality, it becomes resentment and lie. If you understand it, the true meaning of what he said, it's on you to educate yourself, to elevate your soul to the point of maturity. And then that day will be the day of judgment, because you have judged yourself. And this beauty is that we have given this gift to everyone. So what do you think? Am I the return of Christ? Do I fulfill all the prophecies of the past? Yes, I do, one by one. And if any left up to now, bring it, I'll show it. But does it make me the Christ? Or does it make me for you to know I know? But at the end, if you don't comprehend it and you don't know how to reach your soul, I cannot steal from soul of physicality because it's not mature enough to see its soul. Doesn't matter how much you want. Doesn't matter how much you love a car, you don't have enough money to pay for it. You still got some left to collect to come in, to be able to buy. It's not by sacrifice. It's by elevation, understanding the knowledge and the truth. Otherwise, you'll be going to everyone in the universe. Have you seen God? How can I get to him? Can I pay you something? I'll give you, I mean, now. I'll give you a thing. They tell you, give us your soul, we show it to you. And even if they show it to you because you saw it, but you haven't learned it, it's no good. You bring all the holy books you believe in. I wrote them. And see if I haven't fulfilled every single one of them by now. I have. Does it make me the God, the creator, or does it make me a passenger of universe who had time and wasted time to stay on this planet to see if we can change this race? But I still live in a body of physicality, still eat, fall in love, cry, and be ashamed to be a man. Because that's part of the process. Otherwise, the manifest as a light. You want a car, you have a car. You want this, you want that, you can. You wouldn't learn anything from it. Mankind wouldn't learn anything from it. You see, very interesting. The head of Rick, I sent you a message from reporting a Brazilian or Amazon chief died. Why do you think no European, Western, and world leaders have died, but the chief of Amazon can die? He doesn't have enough money to give for what they've done. The rest they give a lot. Mankind has been taken to ransom, a bunch of thugs and thieves. And we know where to hit the right button to create the right condition. We all die, physical dimension, unless you learn to go in dimension of soul. You all die, very short life in this planet. But how come this face is not there anymore? And every prime minister, president, everything else who's had it has survived. None of us have attended a single world leader's funeral or ministers. We play the game by their rule, but we know what their rule is and is overridden. But are we? Thank you very much, Rick. Any other question? There's a question here, ED. It says, when we learn to recognize the emotion of our soul here in physicality and get used to living by it, will that experience of emotion of the soul be the same when we leave this physicality behind? When we learn to recognize the emotion of our soul here in physicality and get used to it, will the experience of the emotion of the soul be the same when we leave this physicality behind? We have learned it, it's imprinted, it's learned. And if you understand the emotion of a soul, then you mature to be part of universal community, because then you speak and live by it. Many knowledge seekers have a big dilemma that they believe, they've seen, they're searching for it. And they say when we believe it, we accept it. Now we have a new kind of non-believers, believers. And then we have seen the power of the guns and plasma has saved us from corona, but it doesn't take us to the creator, which is our soul and beyond it. And we cannot do. We want to spend time in the dimension of physicality till we see the soul, till we understand the soul, until our soul tells us. How many times do you want to fail? Or by failing, you prefer to stay and suffer more and bring more suffering and lose more? Or you understand you have to live a physical life as much as the emotional life and the soul life. So why do you make it different? Why do you prefer the suffering? Or at least make it easy to be. You cannot steal. And that emotion of stealing has giving. And in so many ways, mankind has got used to stealing and find an excuse to steal from its soul. Doesn't matter what it is. Because the taste of physicality is more, at least I can taste it when I come to it. But sorry, you came to it on the 10th floor, and with what you've done, you start from the first floor and you don't want to be there. It takes a long time to get to the 10th floor if you ever get there. We, as is in the writing, and I've said it before, we test the man, the physical man with gold, and we test the emotion of the man with love. And each one has his own failure, and each one has his own demise. You've seen the man who grabs the gold not to fall in the ocean, and the weight of the gold sink him to bottom. But the greed is so much that he doesn't let the gold go because it's more than his life, and it drowns him. Still dead, but in much lower level. So you have to decide. You want to stick to that gold and sink with it because it's fake and it's a test, or you decide to let it go because there's more gold, bigger gold outside to get, if the gold is your destiny. Our emotions are a fingerprint to our soul. And this is why that fingerprint shared by the others will bring your punishment at some other point. Learn one thing. You fail, you learn from. You fail, and you fail the second time, you pay for. And in so many ways, it's you who pays for it and nobody else. And what you've stolen, it'll be stolen from because it has to bring balance. But what you have received, which is not stolen, it gives you the elevation to understand what you've done wrong. Never refuse a gift because you're stealing from yourself. Because there's a purpose in that gift. Otherwise, it wouldn't be given. Be it the knowledge, be it love, be it whatever. If a gift is given by the lover, accept it because it has a meaning and a purpose, even emotionally in its package. Even if it's a glass or a piece of wood. You remember what I explained to you when you send the messages to the newspapers and everything else, which none of you, very few of you did because you can't see anything to happen. You said it will happen with you when we release the paper. It's the same. Send it with emotion. You receive. When you receive a gift with the emotion, it already has a soul in it. You repeat the soul and the physicality. Then you have to go and get it. You might call it a punishment in the language of the man, but in reality, you have deprived from the pleasure of. You deprived yourself from that pleasure, because once you receive, you give more back. It's very much like the soap. I wonder how many of you, when you use these soaps, will find out how it goes and the way it goes. There is a trick in that soap. A big trick. One day I explain.
Mr. Keshe, can you take a question from Gianni?
Yes, carry on. He's been waiting time.
May need a translator. I'll bring John in as well.
Rick, Gianni can speak in Romanian because he's Romanian, so I can translate for him.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Sunt Gianni din România, mulțumesc că pot să pun o întrebare.
He's Gianni from Romania and he's thanking us very much and he would like to ask a question.
Domnule Keshe, v-aș ruga să ne spuneți ce înseamnă momentul în care pulverizăm plasma din ocupă o viață în același timp pe întreaga planetă.
Mr. Keshe, we would like to ask you the meaning of spraying. So what does it mean when we are all spraying the GANS water from the cup of life in the same time across the entire planet?
We extended this between what the Iranian started and the Brazilian and around the world. Every Sunday at 12 o'clock Central European time, doesn't matter what time is yours around the world, is to allow the fields of this universe, this planet, to come back in balance. You will understand more and more. Don't spray the GANS water, just spray it with the GANS that it lasts. And this will start a change. We've seen the change, we know the change. And as it becomes more and more, it will clean, it creates that dome of peace. Now, we put fertilizers and everything else on this planet. Now we put ganses that changes because these fields are all connected. And it brings a change. It's part of the process of peace, bringing equal understanding to mankind. It has a purpose. And it is very much with the love of man. You do it, you put your time into it. It's not just a spray, it goes out with your soul. You have an intention. There's one thing we want to ask those who make these videos now, sending it, and please send them all to the Brazilian group of the Keshe Foundation, because it gets collected there and they make the videos and collection of it, and maybe in the near future again we show some of it. Please avoid taking pictures directly from children. If you do it, they can show their hands spraying it, but do not show or use the children's face direct, because it can be some sort of abuse, and we don't want that to be done. There are sick people in this world, like the King of Belgium, and we have to protect him from doing a sin, not from us providing that. And you have to understand as we try, it's beautiful to see the children are involved. Do not stop, but stop avoiding showing them on your videos. We advise you as a family, whatever, it doesn't matter. But please be careful. We have to protect our children. But when you do it, when you spray it, you create that link. That child, when he does it the purity of heart. I would love to be at the other end when I receive it, when it comes out. Because the child, when he sprays, doesn't spray just the water. He has emotion, he has a meaning, he knows what peace is to her or him. Let the children of this world wash the sin of the past of the man and our forefathers. But understand it, the wish has to come with. And it's beautiful to see many people doing it because they sprayed. We have seen the effect of it with what we call Caribbeans. Little cup creates a huge dome. Millions of liters every Sunday saturates this planet, elevates the man.
Mulțumim pentru clarificare și pentru dăruirea cu care ne-ați dăruit tot ceea ce faceți, domnule Keshe. Mulțumim.
Johnny would like to thank you for clarifying this topic, and he would like to thank for all the gifts and the dedication you have showed. So
thank you very much. Thank you. Shall we call it a day? We passed your 4 hours limit.
Yes, good to see you, Mr.
Can you wait 1 second, please? Just let's see. Something has come in. Ooh. Just stay online, please. 1 second. We have a gift for you. As you saw it last week, we shared picture with you. There's an old saying which says, we say in English, the eagle has landed. Would like to share with you, as you were with us and you've gone through this process with us for long enough, is that what you've been waiting for, and soon it will be shown if we come to full agreement with the Iranian government. The eagle has landed. The enhancement unit is going through its final process. It looks beautiful, and in essence carries the flag of KF SSI. And in so many ways, this is the beauty of what we've been waiting for. And it will become the source and a point of elevation for the soul of the man, for the knowledge of the man. In so many ways, when you get into the system, we bring all the knowledge of the man from the time of the essence of creation of man on this planet. And in a way, is a collection of the knowledge what man has gathered over thousands of years in one system, and very much, as it says, universal. And it's beautiful because now is physically in our hand, and this unit will be seen for hundreds of years to come, thousands of years to come across this planet. The system will change the humanity from being aggressive and warmongering to peace, from being hunger to satisfaction of no hunger, from always being sick to the point of never worrying about sickness, from elevating the soul of the man, and in so many ways becoming the tool for the man to find his space. In a way, it's a phoenix of the knowledge for humanity. And in so many ways, is what we will see will come and will share in so many of us. We know this system inside out very soon, and we live by it, we go through it. And some of us will find elevation in this system. Some of us will go in it to find love, how to share. Some of us will give birth in the system to what we love. And some of us, by request of some of you, will conceive in this system the child of the future. We have opened a new dimension, but it needs the time of the maturity. The joy of physicality is totally different if you want to live in the dimension of the universe. Thank you very much. It's beautiful to see this, and it is beautiful to be able to bring this knowledge into operation. I think the next time we'll see it operational. As I said, if the Iranian officials can come to the agreement with the foundation the way we want, you'll be seen in Iran, in Tehran. And as we said, when we show it, we invite you all to come and see. By the time this system will be shown in Iran, there will be no fear of coronavirus. It looks like a cockpit, it looks like a plane ready to take off. And in so many ways, it reminds me of Christmas Carol with Father Christmas sitting in the back. It's the soul of the man in the back. And the front, there are no tears. It's the love of the Creator to pull. Enjoy it, because your life has changed. And the life of every citizen on this planet through this technology will change, and through this system especially, an understanding of it. Thank you very much for today. And thank you very much for being with us to share the knowledge and understanding it. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. That is indeed a beautiful unit. I can't think of a more pleasant looking shape for something to be in the physicality. So look forward to, I'm so glad to see the actual physicality pictures, and I know many people will be. All right, thank you and everyone else for today's 333rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, June 18th.
Yes, there is, sorry about that, there is a mention here, this is actual system, is not a drawing anymore, if some people asked, wanted to know. This is the actual system that soon you will see it in physicality, and you can walk in it in a very short time. because some people thought it could be digital design. This is actual system, and it's in hand of the Keshe Foundation for the final structure.
Yes, indeed. That's very, very important in terms of the physicality, getting things
For those who want to go that way.
Yeah. And
this is a shortcut of bringing. Pardon?
Sorry.
Carry on.
I was going to say most of us still rely on our eyes and our sense of touch and smell and everything else when we encounter something like that. So
maybe if you haven't heard, this is a backdoor to your UFO. We brought it in without anybody knowing. If you understand the technology.
You just change the dimensions a little bit and make room for 5 or whatever.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Sorry to cut you there because there was a message here, so we had to make it clear.
Yes, very good.
Goodbye this time. As is the old English says, goodbye from me and goodbye from him. Do you remember that one? If you know English television program, it's goodbye from him and goodbye from me.
I don't remember that one actually.
Oh, you're not as old as me, do you? It's okay, no problem.
Pretty much up there now, but depends what do you mean in soul years. I'm not as old as you for sure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. And again, thank you everybody for this 333rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we'll look forward to the One Nation, One Planet, One Race broadcast coming up on Tuesday of next week. And that'll be our next public workshop. Okay, I think that's it for announcements. And bye everyone, and see you in the next Knowledge Seekers Workshop as well.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.